Hello. We got lo-fi jams to sew to, and we have a large pattern to cut out. You know, today I'm finally getting to work on my Legend of Zelda cosplay, simply because I need a break from Rosalina. I'm tired of working with Satin for right now, and I can't finish her until I get the petticoat anyway. So I'm perfectly fine with what's going on right now. I actually delayed my stream a little bit because my breakfast exploded. My attempt at breakfast backfired. So I had to clean up the microwave. But you would think that a former professional chef would know better. One would think. But, I don't, apparently. So, a couple of things before we get started. So, this is the over tunic. This is the red part of the tunic. And then we've got this. This is what we're working on first. It might be the harder part of the outfit, but I think if we just get it out of the way, everything else will be a breeze. So, our first and foremost priority today is getting this entire dress done. And I think we can do it. So, before we get started, there are a couple of things that I want to change to this pattern. So, this pattern is probably the first McCall's pattern I've ever used, and it's a little more complicated than a normal simplicity pattern. A simplicity pattern is, as the name implies, pretty damn simple, but this has a few more symbols that I'm not familiar with, and to be honest, this is probably the third sewing pattern that I've used. And even so, I have to change some aspects of it. Very inappropriate time to call. Who's calling me? Someone's calling me. And it's scam likely. That bitch owes me money. Okay, we're gonna put our phone away. And then in a minute here, we're gonna put on our noise-canceling headphones and get down to business before I start explaining things. So, this pattern calls for an exposed zipper, and if you're familiar with Legend from Linked Universe, you know that his zipper, you know that there are no zippers! There are no zippers in Zelda! There are no zippers. So I am using an invisible zipper instead of an exposed zipper. I think that is the only difference we'll be using here, because I wanted a long tunic. I was going more for a medieval knight, rather than a canon appearance. I was kind of hoping for a kilt, but I thought that would be dipping into some Nessie territory, so I decided to not. Because
I don't know about pleats. I'm not good with pleats.
that's why I need a break from Rosalina. But yeah, this is our goal. Our goal is this today. And I think we can, take care of it as long as I am consistent. And consistency shouldn't be too hard, because I'm here. So we're gonna go ahead and put my envelope away for now, and we're going to leave this one out, because if I don't, she'll get lost in the shuffle. So we'll put this away on the shelf, in the shelf, with the other envelopes. And these are our these are our instructions. Let's put the zipper away as well. Alright, and then we're gonna put on our noise-canceling headphones. Or are our noise-canceling headphones... Y'all could have told me that my music was still playing. Give me a minute. Y'all could have told me that. There we go. Now the music should only be coming from one channel. Or maybe I should just... There we go. Now the music should only be coming from one channel, not from several. Okay. So we're gonna put on our noise canceling headphones, which are in a in strife at the moment. But yeah. Alright, so we are going for the longer dress, and these feel a lot better. Hang on, I'm actually going to put my phone back so we can hold this down, because my fan is going. Sorry, I'm already annoying myself. There we go. Or not. Tissue paper can be very annoying. And I've already lost my trash bag. I had a trash bag here. Don't know where it went, but I guess it's all going in the Sally's bag now. Which, I mean, depending on what hair store you like, that might be the same thing. I need to go to a hair store just in case I can get different. Size 22 because this dress is supposed to stretch, and since I will be using a material that patently doesn't stretch, we're going a size up. Technically 2 sizes up, but once you get up to plus sizes, the fashion industry does not care. Probably why I'm making all my own shit now. And I'm gonna go ahead and cut down the size. I'm not really going to save the other sizes. Mostly because I super don't need them right now. I should probably turn my fan off for this part. Okay. So let's see. This is not as nearly as much of a pain in the ass as cutting the Rosalina pattern was. The Rosalina pattern was so long and my arms hurt so bad. And actually, at the time, unbeknownst to me, I had cut the wrong size. I wasn't being as responsible as I could have been. And scraps, let's once again go into Sally's bag. So, the reason why I'm cutting the pattern first, before I... Hello, Katrine. It's good to see you again. Thank you for coming. We are working on a different cosplay today. We are not working on Rosalina. It's nice to see you live again. It's nice to be live again. One of the reasons, I kind of fudged, streaming the other day. So you had to cut it again. Yeah, kind of. Is because I didn't know how to film my dress form. And the way I could film my dress form didn't turn out too great, and I didn't want you guys just staring at my ass, frankly. So yeah, although I will say the dress form is a great thing to have, and we thank Almost Husband for getting that for us, for getting that for me. Oh, I cut a little bit of the pattern. My bad. But that's why we have tape. Da-da-da-da. Where's the rip? There we go. Yeah, this probably won't need the dress form, but I took Rosalina off of it anyway, just in case, because this still, what I'm doing right now is still technically a dress. Oh, and what we're also going to do is something I forgot. Such an amazing gift. It really was. I didn't want to cry in front of the woman who sold it to him, but I very nearly did. I don't know what it is about when I, like, receive gifts. Tears start happening. Pretty much immediately. It used to happen a lot on Christmas. I've stopped kind of doing it on Christmas, but during Christmas, I would almost always end up happy crying to an extent. And it's not that that's a bad thing, but eventually what would happen is I would get headaches. And I don't want headaches on Christmas. So it was something that I kind of had to, like, train myself to stop. But I still ended up crying a little on Christmas because my brother got my dad something really, really good for Christmas. Really, really impressive. He really loves the show, the Amazon show, The Expanse. My dad is like into space operas. The man loves himself some space operas, and The Expanse was right up his alley when he found it on Amazon. And so my brother got him the teleplay signed by two of his favorite actors in the show. Not all of them, but two of them. And the writer himself for his favorite episode. And I was like, that shit's impressive. I have actually never seen my dad legitimately speechless from receiving a gift. But he didn't talk for like a solid 2 minutes. And luckily, Dad being speechless is always a good thing. Normally, my dad is the kind of guy who always has something to say. But yeah, for a man who's so infamously hard to shop for, that was an excellent gift. Oh yeah, absolutely. See, my brother has a mind for stuff like that. I am actually not that great at giving gifts. I usually just let people tell me exactly what they want, and then I'll go get it. I'm more of an... Alright, so this is the back of View B and C, which doesn't have a zipper in the front. Actually, waistline, center unfold, stitching line A, clip... No, it should be fine. Especially since it's on the fold. Yeah, my brother really outdid himself with that one. we're not often in competition to give gifts, but there is one gift for Christmas that I've always been super proud of, is that I got my mom some personalized journals, because she has journaled almost every night for like 30 years. Since before she dated my dad, she's been journaling for years. And, you know, sometimes, you know, if the entries weren't so bad, sometimes when I was a kid, she would read them to me. Because, you know, she just wanted me to know about, like, how things were for her growing up and stuff. And it provided some interesting insight. Okay. And then what I need is color B and C. My mother and I straight up make deals. Okay, this will be a gift for X occasion. I'll give it to you then. Got this for you, and it counts as a gift because we were not huge on Christmas. Yeah, I get that. I think if it weren't for my mom, we wouldn't be really big on Christmas either. My mom loves holidays. She loves holidays. She loves special occasions. Oh, it's a special occasion to get dressed up? Mom is there. She is there. She is ready. It's an occasion where we all have to exchange gifts. Mom is ready. So we probably wouldn't be too big on Christmas either if it weren't for her. Oh my goodness. I won't lie, sometimes the delicate nature of these sewing patterns frustrates me a lot. As a matter of fact, back in the day, when it comes to Christmas, my parents did not teach me about Santa Claus. And I was told, one day, I was in kindergarten, and my mother pulled me aside and was like, listen, TK, sweetie, you cannot tell the other kids that Santa Claus isn't real. Do you hear me? You cannot tell those kids that Santa Claus isn't real. And I was like, okay. Because I was raised that Santa Claus was like a symbol. Like the giraffe on the Toys R Us commercials is a symbol. Like, you might see it animated, but he's a really great idea that's in everyone's head. And, you know, it's really nice because he's like the spirit of Christmas. We were kind of raised to believe that Santa was like just the spirit of Christmas. And then, when I was in 3rd grade, I got really angry at one girl and I was just like, Santa Claus was never real! And I was almost sent home from school. Yeah, my grandparents didn't really teach about Santa Claus. They weren't, having been born, you know, during Jim Crow in Alabama, they weren't too keen on telling their children about a white man breaking into their house. At least, okay, those are my grandmother's words, not mine. Just saying. My grandmother had a habit of very bluntly speaking her mind. Yeah, these are made of very, very thin tissue paper, and while I'm sure it serves a purpose, I think the idea is we have to fit all of these into an envelope. So yeah, that's why they're super thin. But I don't think you were here for this, Katrine. Honestly, I think my audio was messed up when I said this. But I had to delay the stream by an hour because my breakfast exploded. I decided to make oatmeal, and I did not realize that I had forgotten to put a top on the oatmeal. So I had to make something else. This, sometimes what happens when I'm on the verge of a flare-up, or my monthlies, honestly, is what they really are. I get a little, like, I get some pudding brain, and they're a little, like, minutia that I start forgetting. This is often curtailed by just leaving myself little notes, or, you know, setting an extra alarm or two. But you can't necessarily set an extra alarm for, you can't really set an extra alarm for oatmeal. Someone would sneak on the stairs. We catch the sled. Oh, giving them time to get the presents out, but that was more because, gotcha. Normally, with holiday celebrations, those are the only time my mom cooks anymore, because the minute I went to culinary school, she stopped cooking. I didn't know this as a kid, but my mother hated cooking. And the minute I went to culinary school, she was like, so you've got dinner, right? Like, yeah, sure, I guess. So, the holidays right now are pretty much the only time Mom really cooks, and she ends up kind of getting the whole house in on it. Okay, so we have collar A, and then we have collar B and C. So, collar A opens in the back. Oh, and it has a 1/4 seam. I can remember that. And yeah, and here's another thing. This has to stretch. And the reason why we're going a size up is because this is not the fabric we have is not going to stretch. I apologize. That was my phone falling on my mouse. Yeah, I have endo, so usually what happens is I shouldn't, but I can work through it. More often than not, like, on average, if I could put it into perspective, if I don't take anything strong, but, like, while I feel them coming on, my cramps can hurt worse than any of my migraines. Now, that being said, I do have occasionally acephalgic migraines, which just means that my face goes numb for a while. You want to think you're having a stroke? Well... Alright, this is just flying everywhere, so we're gonna put the phone on top of it. Also, look at my phone picture. It almost has been. And I'm showing you this because his face is covered. Oh no. Yeah, so the reason I am cutting the pattern first is so I can iron the pattern. I have PCOS, all alternates between amounts of pain and cramps, and hopefully it gets worse with months of buildup. Yep, been there. I get it. I can absolutely commiserate with that. Alright, I need something else heavy. Love my sewing binder. I can tell you, once the doctor put me on progesterone, because I was having that exact same problem, and it knocked me out. Like, that is not the first time, but, like, that was one of the first times, like, I was like, hey, could you come over? This is a bit scary. Because I feel like she really undersold how bad it was going to get. Which is amazing, because usually my doctor is incredibly blunt. She's a good doctor, just, like, extremely honest. I remember one time she put me on this, she put me on a specific medication. She was like, I'm not gonna lie, you're gonna be constipated for days. And I was like, oh, okay, thank you for the heads up, I guess. Almost husband, by the way, has promised me that he would not cut his hair until after the wedding. Which is fine. But I asked him, as long as I keep growing my hair out, because one thing that happened to me a lot during COVID and while I was working corporate was my hair kept falling out. I had really big, like, I wouldn't say really big bald spots, it was more like a lot of small bald spots, except the two in the front. Yeah, my hair kept falling out in, like, big, thick clumps. And, you know, female pattern baldness runs in my family. So I was like, well, you know, I guess I should start cutting my hair really short, like all my other female relatives have. And, however, my mom was like, let me take you to a trichologist. Because a trichologist is what helped me grow my hair back. And it's very true, stress-related. No, it's a hereditary disorder. But to be honest, there was a lot of stuff associated with that job that was definitely stress-related that I thought was just me not being able to handle caffeine. Like the heart palpitations and the mood swings. Turns out, my job just sucked. Yeah, it turns out, you know, that heart-pounding, impatient, angry feeling I had when dealing with a particularly tough sale, or, like, you know, just hearing my boss in my general vicinity was just stress. Have not had heart palpitations since. True story. But, yeah, baldness... Actually, to be honest, baldness, runs in a lot of black families for any number of reasons, but one of the most primary reasons is, the reason that actually started the whole natural hair campaign, is because stuff like relaxers, and products that were famous for maintaining those relaxers, like Just For Me and Let's Jam and Pink Lotion. Pink Lotion specifically, which is like my natural enemy, because it ruined my hair back in the day, were known for making people's hair fall out when it got too hot. So if you lived somewhere, like Georgia or North Carolina, during the summer, where it gets like 90 degrees, your hair is pretty much fucked for the whole summer. Great in the winter, but other than that, not great. So that was one of the things that started people really leaning into leaving their hair natural. Because relaxers leave chemical burns. Okay, and this is still A, B, and C. So this is still weighed down with the sewing binder. Also, it doesn't have all of its stuff in it, but this is a sewing binder. It's still missing like the tweezers, the other crochet needle, the soft thimbles, and all my bobbins, but it's got some replacement buttons, just in case, some snaps. Did they know what would happen or did not care or discovered as people experienced it? It was discovered as people experienced it. Because, you know, back in the day, like, in the 70s and 60s, in the 1760s, from the 60s to the 80s, from the 60s to the 80s, people were shifting from the straightening comb to the chemical relaxer. And the thing is, the straightening comb sucked. There were so few people who were trained to use it. Your mother would put it on Your mother would put it on the stove. Let it get like red hot. I'm talking like red hot. And then she would just comb your hair with this blazing hot comb in your kitchen. And honestly, I can definitely see why people just were like, you know what? Let's find a way to do this chemically. And yeah, so like the pomades and like the gel, people used to oil their scalps with Vaseline. So like, no, I get it. And I mean, I've been natural since I was 19 years old, and I turn 34 next week. So yeah, I had been planning on shaving my head bald, and in college anyway. And then when I found out that the lady who was going to relax my hair for my mother's birthday, so I could, because I wanted my hair really nice for my mother's birthday, was going to charge me twice the amount she quoted to me, I was just like, you know what, just shave it, I don't care. Sounds torturous about the hawk, yes. Yes, I can tell you, no one has positive affiliations with the straightening comb. Nobody. Because it's awful. But yeah, and after that, I've literally never gone back. But my hair is never, I've also never bothered to grow my hair long until recently. And to be honest, it hasn't really gotten long enough to braid, until I started a YouTube channel. It's always been very, very short. Ever since then. To be honest, it was short ever since I was a senior in high school, but I more looked like somebody's auntie than a 18-year-old. I had new red spots for a long time because of experiments and medication. Yeah, I heard that happens often. Like, people who get acne treatments, it really affects their hair, because I have a good friend who like went in and got her acne treated and was on like this long thing, and she told me like in advance, she was like, hey, I need you to help me pick out some like good short hairstyles, because they told me that my hair was going to start falling out. And yeah, the back of her head, the hair in the back of her head got super, super thin. And after that, though, I don't think she's gone back for a pixie cut, so I don't know if her hair ever really grew back in. Her hair's been the same ever since. That's essentially, like the shampoo for the people, like, that's essentially what my mom did. She went to someone who sort of specializes in people that have already lost their hair, and she gave me like a special medicated shampoo to use, and I can tell you that stuff smells awful. But it does work. It does work. My hair has gotten very, very thick and has grown back almost completely, save for one little spot. It did not warn us about the rest of the hair, though. Oh! Yeah, I wish I could tell you the name of what she had taken, but I don't remember. It's been, God, it's almost been 10 years. I'll have to ask her. We're supposed to be planning certain things to do for the wedding anyway. Almost done cutting up the pattern. This has taken less than half the time it did to cut the Rosalina pattern. Let's put that into perspective. Oh, you know what? Let me finish cutting this, and then I should change the game that this stream is about. Because we're trying to do A Link to the Past today, not Mario Galaxy. I just need to not look at Rosalina for a little bit. Get liver scans to... Yep. Because they want to make sure that that the organ is not degrading while you're taking that. Most acne medicines are filtered through the liver, while most pain medications are filtered through the kidneys, I found out recently. Hairdresser recommended this shampoo but warned me off attempting tiny braids ever. Good for both my scalp and cultural appropriation, which is fair, yes. And if your hair is not textured, do not do braids. Don't do box braids like that. It's not good for your scalp. It'll make it red and swollen. There are a bunch of people who make it an issue about race, and I suppose to an extent it is, because, you know, black people get a lot of shit for having braids. People call it unprofessional and all that stuff, when it's like, it's just my hair. This is just what I do with my hair to keep it from, you know, falling out, to keep it from being to keep it from being messy, you know, to keep it from trying to dread on its own, which happens in my experience. But braids are just not good for people with non-textured hair. It is actually legitimately painful and could make your hair fall out. I have seen lots of girls attempt it and almost always end up getting their hair cut super duper short because of how bad it starts falling out. And so, like, I remember particularly during COVID era TikTok was really infamous for that kind of thing. Oh, wait, I just realized the chat's not showing up. Your chat's not showing up on screen. Let me fix that real quick. Chat. There we go. But yeah, like, COVID era TikTok, it was a huge point of debate, and people seem to be missing, like, you know, when you tell people not to do things, they get kind of hiffy and are like, well, who are you to tell me not to do something? But it's like, it's not that we're gatekeeping, it's not that we're telling you to do this, it's that we're telling you that it's bad for you, that you are going to hurt yourself. Don't do that. But, you know, people get hiffy when you tell them not to do something. And to be honest, even with textured hair, you really shouldn't be getting braids. Well, I wouldn't say you shouldn't be getting braids. you should get your braids done by someone who really knows what they're doing if you're going to do it consistently. Because people who braid your hair too tight, then your hair will start falling out. And that mess hurt. Probably said do small braids. Sorry, it assured me it was not good. It was bad. Yeah, no, I get it. And took them out the next day. Oh. Listen, I understand it probably hurt really, really bad. Like, it hurts bad enough when I get cornrows. Because I can tell you that the woman who does my mom's hair, as much as she is about, like, preserving the scalp, she tore my scalp up every time she put crochets in. She braids so tight. And, like, that's the thing. That's another thing. You can't don't braid so tight. There are a lot of, where I live, doing natural hair is, like, a really big thing. And there are lots of people who are trained to do it. Now, do they all overcharge? Absolutely. But you have to be careful who you go to, because some people braid super tight. I went to this one woman, she was Nigerian, she was lovely. And while the braids were tight for like 1 or 2 days, they always loosened up on the 3rd and 4th day. Always. And like, almost always, if you ask me to go get braids, I will go get my braids done by someone who's from Senegal or from someone who is, I was gonna say Africa, but that's too, that's too broad. There are tons of Nigerian hair salons around here and tons of Senegalese restaurants, hairstylists around here. And normally, if I want to get my hair braided, I go to one of them. And the woman I got my hair done by, lovely lady. She just moved too far for me to go consistently. Because I'm not going to drive an hour. I'm sorry. That's another thing about living down here and getting your, when you get your hair done living down here, is that, when you do find a hairstylist, and where they are starts getting popular, their booth rent for where they work goes up, and they move on. They rarely stay in one place for long. So you can find a really good hairstylist, and then one day they're just gone. That happened to me when I first moved here. I found a lovely woman, name of Caitlin, who had this very thick Kenyan accent, but was raised actually close to my hometown. And she was wonderful, did my hair wonderfully, and then she called me one day and she was like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, I'm moving to Jonesboro. Here is my new address. Jonesboro is an hour and a half away. And I was like, oh, you're a great hairdresser, but I'm not doing that. I did not go as far as cornrows. Then she sectioned off squares of my hair and did a bunch of tiny braids. Yeah, so she gave you box braids. And yeah, and you know, it does feel, if someone who really knows what they're doing, it only feels tight for 1 or 2 days. And then it starts loosening up. Although I will suggest to anyone who wants to get braids, do not, I repeat, do not wash your hair. Do not wash your hair before, right after you get them done. Always wash your hair before. Always. Because if you do it the day of, or the day after you get them done, you might die. That's an expression. That's an exaggeration, but it does hurt pretty bad if you wash your hair after and not before. Because the water weighs it down, And that's all pulling on your scalp. And heavy hair pulling on your scalp is not fun. I tried to get over it last time I got crochets with how heavy they were, but then my scalp started breaking out and it became a whole big thing. Alright, that is the pattern done. And we're going to throw the scraps away. Okay. So, this is our front. Our zipper is right here. And I'm actually going to keep the zipper in the front. I'm going to keep the zipper in the front because I kind of want to just be able to zip it down if it gets too hot. This is still a long sleeves cosplay, and it's cooled down significantly down here, but it's still going to be like 85 degrees no matter where you go outside. So I want to be able to zip it down. I want to be able to zip it down in the front if I need the air. I don't want to have someone to have to take it off for me, because I'm already dealing with that with Rosalina. Here's the sleeve. Where's the grain line? Okay. Here's our collar. Collar is separate. Yeah, so it is really unfair because the hairdresser culture in this city is ridiculous. Like it's pretty bad. Oftentimes to get just a typical wash, just typical wash and go style runs about $80 to $90. And that's standard down here. And lots of people complain about it. No one really does anything about it. Because we really can't, honestly. The cost of living is very expensive here, so I do get why they charge so much. But if you go back to my hometown, like where my mom lives, it's maybe $50. $60 if you're getting a lot of stuff done. So it's very different here than it is anywhere else. Okay, we're going to put the stuff I didn't cut back into the envelope. Just for the sake of... I need my interfacing. I don't want to lose that. Because that is a very small piece of interfacing. I might just use bias tape. I might just. Depends on how sassy I feel by the end of this. Let's see. Where's my other... There's one more thing I thought I didn't have to cut. I guess I was incorrect. Oh well. Alright, so once again, we are using this one right here. So the one on the front. Alright, so next order of business. I'm actually just going to put the interface, because I really don't want to lose it. Because I really feel like I might if I'm not careful. I don't have any paper clips. Dang. Okay, well, we're just going to stick it in the binder, and we're going to hope that I remember that it's there. Oh, my music stopped. Yes. Sorry, I didn't realize that happened. To be honest, I don't know this particular playlist that I'm playing, so just, if something wild happens, let me know. Okay, interfacing is going in the sewing binder. Let's hope and pray that I remember it's there. Alright, let's put the pattern away. Let's put the scissors away. And then let's roll this up. Just to get it out of the way for a moment, I can roll it like this, because that means I can just slide it under here, and I can spread out all my shit, essentially. Because what I'm gonna need to do is this is the fabric we're going to use for the inside. I'm actually just tempted to use just this, because this one looks a little more rustic. But it's so... Oh, wait, actually? I was going to use this for lining, and then this for the under. But what I'm thinking is I'm going to use this for the under and this for the lining. I mean, this for the lining and this for the under. Folder. Yeah, that it can be folded. Oh yeah, that's the thing. It can be folded. That's what I do like about the tissue paper patterns, is that you can just kind of fold them and bunch them up and they can fit anywhere. I think that's why they do them like that. It's just I'm not sure. Let me close this line here, that way you can tell. But yeah, this color is so much richer than this one. That's the thing, they both feel pretty equal. It's just a matter of appearance at this point. Because the reason why I went ooh is because I forgot that this fabric is not very thick. Neither fabric is very thick, and that's why I'm doing them both in the first place. Yeah, I'm making an executive decision. I'm using the richer color. I like it. It looks better. And then this will be my under. It's a bit rougher, a bit rustic, but I like it like that. Alright. Actually, we'll face the selvages away from me. Okay. Okay, this is the green right here. It's gonna lose more matte and rustique of a color from what I can see. Yeah. It is. And it's actually green. This camera's just being weird because I'm wearing blue. My house dress is blue. This is green. I know it doesn't look it, but it is green, I promise. Maybe if I get the red and the yellow out of the way, you can tell. But yeah, no, the camera does not balance this green very well. Honestly, cameras rarely balance green. So what we're going to do is we're going to lay both fabrics on top of each other. Well, actually, no, not yet. We're going to put the first green on the floor, and then we're going to take the patterns out again. I'm going to see how much space I need. Oh, that's a problem. It's a bit wide. That's not good. Like, where the pattern needs to be is good, but I forgot that this is only 45 inches. It needs to be 60. Cut one on fold. Hang on, I'm devising a plan. Because I can improvise. That's not the problem. we'll just have to, yeah, we'll just have to improvise. It'll be alright. Can you get a second piece of fabric and add it to the first? That's what's gonna have to happen. Because I forgot that I need a 60-inch. But since we're going for more of a medieval knight look, what I'm gonna do is when I cut this all out, because there's only a little corner here that's not big enough. It's right here. And that's not bad. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a little patch there. Like on the slit, I'm gonna put a little patch. I can't tilt my camera because it's not remote controlled, but I'm just gonna put a little patch there, and that'll add some character to it. So, I'm not panicking, it's just, I wish it was wide enough. I should have double-checked the pattern instructions. Because I looked back at the pattern instructions, and it does say a 60 inch. So, there will be an unintentional little slit, and then we'll put a patch over it. Give the outfit some character. Luckily, I've got like some black. I've got some black like yarn to make it really obvious. Where's my marking pen? Oh, you know what? I don't need my marking pen yet. I need my iron. All right, come on. I need it to turn on. It has this auto shut off that I never know how to actually turn on. I mean, it's safe. It's safe to have an auto, and it's safe to have an auto shut off, but I never know how to turn the auto shut off back on. Oh my god, hang on. Hang on. I know how to work this thing, I swear. I'm good at this. There we go. Alright. In the meantime, so that's gonna get warm. The reason why I didn't do that while I was cutting out the pattern, the reason why I didn't put it over here while I was cutting out the pattern is because I didn't want to turn it off while it's by all my plastic stuff. And what's probably gonna happen is I'm probably gonna cut the 3 pieces of interfacing I need out of here. It's a little dusty. That's what I did earlier. But yeah, this little slit here isn't gonna be a problem. I am missing my instructions, so while that heats up, let me double check something. And actually, what I'm going to do is once I trace this down, I'm going to measure my seam allowances outside. And I'm probably going to give myself a pretty big seam allowance. Because what I also want to do is add some pockets to this. And I have a pocket pattern down here at my feet, and we'll do that later. Because the benefit with this particular outfit, and now that we have this slit, the benefits with this particular pattern is the pocket seam is here. You can just kind of guess, and I like that. But yeah, I'm gonna allow myself some pretty big seam allowances for this, because I don't want to end up in the same position I was in with Rosalina. Because Rosalina the problem is I had to let out Rosalina. And to be honest, if I could be entirely frank with you, she's still a little tight. But not tight enough to where I can't put it on. What was I doing? Right. Okay. Alright, that's almost warm enough. I just want to check one more thing before we get cracking. And we're gonna actually turn it down to synthetic fabric. We don't need to adjust the pattern length. Okay. is the back, front, and the collar and the sleeve. And I should have enough for the back as well, because this is 6 yards. So... yeah, I really don't need that much. This is fine. I hear almost has been doing some clinking in the other room. Okay, there's the sleeve. The sleeve isn't going to fit, but the collar will. Where's the grain line on the collar? Ah, the grain line on the collar is his horizontal. Never mind. Luckily, I just need to cut 1 on the fold and not 2. There's that. That's always a good thing. The sleeve is definitely not going to fit. Actually, well, the sleeves. Hang on now. I love the idea of the patch in the other pocket. Oh yeah, absolutely. The cosplays need pockets. As a matter of fact, I'm seriously considering adding one to Rosalina because I had the opportunity when I took apart the dress to let it out, and then I didn't. I'm probably just gonna have to use this yellow, what's left of this yellow fabric, and make something for her. So let me face this the opposite way. Because what the pattern has us doing is then putting the sleeve down here, but I don't think it'll fit. Yeah, it won't. It'll be okay though. I don't need to panic. To be honest, this is already going very well, so I don't see any reason to freak out just yet. Should probably be a little higher. So let's do so. And then we'll do one more pass over. Make sure everything's military straight. And then to go ahead and pin this down and trace it. And then cut it out and then move on to the next piece. Let's turn her off for now. Let's face her away from all the plastic. And then let's pin it. Have some water before I do that first. Hydration is important. I suppose I should have like hydration redeems and stuff like that, shouldn't I? Although I feel like I I drink water pretty consistently. It's pretty much all I drink these days. trying to shed a few pounds, so I'm just being a little more mindful with the stuff I'm very mindful, very demure about the stuff I eat, that's all. Because what I used to have a habit of doing... Oh wait, am I frozen? There we go, better. What I used to have a habit of doing is buying a bag of Haribo Twin Snakes and just destroying the entire bag in 30 minutes. And while that's fun to do, and it tastes really good and nice, I'm 34 years old with two genetic disorders. I need to take it easy. So I just need to, you know, I'm not making too much changes. We're just being a little more mindful, that's all. Okay. Trace the armhole. Move the ball in front of me. I have always been big on hydration. I was in marching band when I was a teenager, and we were a competition level marching band. We were not allowed to have sodas during our intensive trainings. One, because if you drink soda and then like play a clarinet, it could actually seriously damage the clarinet. So it wasn't just for the sake of like it wasn't just for the sake of like, you know, being healthier, I guess. It was also for the sake of like the safety of your instrument. I did not play an instrument, however. I was a part of the color guard and dance team. I used to be, I wouldn't say a very accomplished dancer because I wasn't very flexible, but I used to be a pretty competent one. I had been in dance lessons since like the age of 5. But like I said, I didn't necessarily consider myself a good dancer, but a competent one. One that could learn the steps and stay on beat. And more often than not, if I was in a show, I could at least look like I knew what I was doing. Helped me out a lot when we were doing Rocky Horror Picture Show. I wish there were more pictures of me playing Columbia. There are not. The year I played Columbia, there are no pictures of me playing Columbia, which has always really frustrated me. There are no pictures from that year at all. So, the story as to why we were able to do Rocky Horror Picture Show at my university is a long one. So, when I was a freshman, the theater department got a new department chair because their original department chair ran off with a student. And our new department chair was an older woman who shall remain nameless, but I think we're going to call her Katrina. Katrina was an older woman from Washington, D.C., who had while she was an accomplished actress in her own right, and an accomplished dramaturg in her own right, she had never really dealt with students from the South. She'd never really done students from, like, she'd never really dealt with students from the South. So there were a lot of, like, cultural differences to be had with her. One of the things she wanted to do more than anything as the new department chair was she wanted a musical. And she wanted a musical that was historical. Hamilton was not a thing at this point. This is pre-Hamilton. So she was looking at like 1776. She was looking at the Titanic musical. Several things. What she landed on was Anne Frank's Diary the musical. I shit you not. That was her decision. To this day, that choice baffles me. And we went from not really liking her all that much because, just some, like I said, there were some cultural differences. Some niceties that Southerners require. This was straight up baffling. We were all confused and very frustrated. One of the least important issues we had in this situation was that the musical itself only had 7 people in it. So we were frustrated, to say the least. And the people who did end up getting chosen for their respective roles, let me see if I can put this in a way that's polite. The person she chose to play Anne was the oldest person in the program. So in this program that you have a lot of 17 to 20-year-olds, she chose someone who was 26. And so we were all just getting increasingly frustrated with her choices, to say the very least. So, to say the absolute very least. Oh, shit. I just realized that I cut this without doing the seam allowances. Luckily, I've only done the bottom and the collar here. Luckily, I caught that. Because we're gonna do the seam allowances now. That she sounds weird. She was! I say she was, like she died or something, but she is. Yeah, she was an interesting woman. So, needless to say, we were all a bit upset about the choice of musical. And we were like, we've got to do something different. Please, we have to. And one of the veterans of the program, we'll call her Dana. She was like, we've all always wanted to do Rocky Horror Picture Show. And this would be the right time because, hey, Katrina, the department chair, really pushed that really made a point that she wanted, playwrights of different cultures. And one of the reasons she chose Anne Frank the musical is because she did want specifically a Jewish playwright or a Jewish written musical. Or a musical written by a Jewish composer. And we were like, okay, that's cool. Rocky Horror Picture Show is all those things. Let's just do that. So, that's what we did, and we did it for Halloween. We got permission from I wasn't really involved in at this point, because I was only a freshman. They got permission from the dean before going to Katrina, and Katrina was like, "Oh yeah, that's great, let's do it. You're not gonna have any help, and you're gonna have to fund it on your own, though." And that's exactly what we did, and that's how they created the Clark Street Glitter Lips. Unfortunately, their last performance was 2019. And I did not get a chance to attend, unfortunately. But yeah. The Clark Street Glitter Lips was a non-profit organization. I don't know if the website's still up. I doubt it. It was an Angel Fire website. But yeah, I would say on average, we raised like a good double-digit thousand, every Halloween. And sometimes we went out and performed, which was really fun. Not exactly the healthiest environment for me personally, but, you know, it is what it is. There we go. Perfect. That's that suits me much better. Yeah, she was an interesting lady. But like I said, when she heard about Dana's reasoning, she was like, "Oh yeah, let's do it. That sounds great." Like, she was all for it. She just didn't want to fund it because she was already paying for the other one. So, you know. But it was a fun experience. I really enjoyed doing Rocky Horror Picture Show. The environment itself of, like, the theater and having to perform every night was just not a healthy environment for me specifically. I was a size 8 for the first and only time in my life, and I was not eating much. None of us were, and it was just not a healthy environment for us to be in. For me specifically to be in. Some of my fellow performers did go on to do some pretty cool stuff. One of the girls that was in the performance, she went on to be in one of the Marvel shows. I think it was Falcon and the Winter Soldier. She played the new Captain America's wife, and I went to school with her. I don't want to say her real name because I'm pretty sure her SAG name is different. Theater competition, but I was on performances in no longer than an hour. I had to fit multiple schools in a couple of days. Oh, so you guys did the one-act play competition. Yeah, we had one-act play competitions in high school too. Unfortunately, our high school never won anything, but my brother's high school eventually went to a national competition. And they were able to compete nationally, which was really cool. I think it was a little bit hard on my mom, but she was still really proud of him regardless. Alright, that's one piece. Okay, that's one piece. I want to check something. Because... We'll get to that later if I don't have room for it. Yeah, but she's great. As far as I remember her, she was always incredibly talented. We didn't always get along. I was kind of troubled at that time. But regardless, she was still kind enough to reach out to me, even though I was at times less than receptive. So she was always very kind to me, despite my bad attitude at times. I was never a diva, but sometimes I could be pretty difficult to work with. I was never a diva, but I could be quite recalcitrant at times. I had a bad habit of, ignoring acting notes. I learned eventually from a different teacher, who I'll call Penny, who I actually really took a shine to, and to this day is one of my favorite teachers ever. Am I doing this wrong? I don't think I am, but I'm gonna double check. Competition was not tied to regionals or nationals. Oh, it was a local thing. Oh, fun. Oh, this page is intentionally left blank. Oh, no. The principal's crystal tape. Oh my god. Did you have to pay for it? As far as the United States goes, as far as the doctrine as like keeping certain traditions alive, is turn it into a competition. If you want to keep a tradition alive in the United States, gamify it. No, because of how it happened. What happened? How did you break something crystal? What am I doing here? Okay. Yeah, we're pressing, I'm doing all I need to do. I just want to see how everything's laid out. I think I need to be doing this. Well, no, this was facing this way. I'm confusing myself. What am I doing? I need to put it on the fold where it belongs, because it needs to be on the fold. I need to quit obsessing. Hang on. I'm giving myself some agita here. It's here where it talks about the layout. Okay. This one does need to be facing the wrong way. Alright. I did no damage at all to myself, but I hit it just right with this precious crystal. We had swore to preserve with our lives, oh no. That must have been difficult. But he got scared so bad he would fly behind the curtain. He'd come. Aww. At least he cared enough to go check on you. That must have hurt, though. I mean, even though you said you did no damage to yourself, that must have seriously hurt. Because, I mean, I've fallen through a table before. Not a crystal one, but I have fallen through one before. Please turn on. I never know how to turn this thing on anymore. Please. There we go. Okay. I just needed to tilt it the right way. I apologize if you can hear that outside. There is some scuttlebutt. I think it's construction. There is a bypass being built near our house, but it's a bypass to nowhere. It's a bypass to another neighborhood that has like no people in it. Because, you know, they're still building condominiums despite the fact that nobody has any fucking money to move into them these days. Alright. So, while we're here, let's observe this. This should be large enough to fit across me. Yeah. Worried about the boobs. Gonna be worried about the boobs. Because my waistline is like 38 inches. The bust line is almost 50. The bust line can be quite ample. So I am a bit concerned. I think I'm going to cut out also my heart didn't travel to the roof, so it hurt. So I might have hurt and not noticed. I had to clean chunks thicker than my fingers off the stage in a rush. Woof! With a push broom, I hope, and not with your bare hands. Yeah, I'm worried about that bust area. Because if I put it like this, it's gotta go around. Oh, we'll have to see. I'll cut up some extra triangles just in case. Alright, this should be ready now. Oh my god, what are you doing? Rude? I really should have turned off my fan. I think my fan is half the reason I'm having this problem. This was originally made for stretchy material, so maybe I'm just going to need to make a stretch, you know? Whoops. Maybe I am going to need something that'll symbolize the stretch. Better extra pieces than not enough. Agreed, my friend. Agreed. Do this a little bit more, because I can already see it getting on my nerves. There we go. Alright. Yep. Okay. Whew. Oh. You know what? I forgot that my icon is in the corner of the screen. I should probably put... Or maybe... here. There we go. Better. Alright, let's trace this. Yeah, because I think what I'm gonna have to do is, I'll try it on, and then I'll see, like, how much of a triangle I'm going to need. Because that's what I had to do last time, and I would rather do it now than have to take it apart and then add it later. Because that's what I ended up having to do with Rosalina, and that was super annoying. Rosalina was definitely a learning experience. Like, really and truly. And if I was being sassy, which, I mean, I could be, I could, in theory, add a corset back that nobody can see. But I already have a zipper, and I'm not going to make it complicated. And this is the largest size for this outfit. I just think what's getting in the way is the fact that I have really big boobs. I think that's mostly the problem. Because what it comes down to is that these patterns are often not made for the Tig-Ol Bitty committee. And I got them Tig-Ol Bitties. You know what? I am doing this without having pinned down this pattern, which is going to cause some problems, but I think it'll be alright. And just like the Rosalina costume, I'm actually going to have to wash this by hand later. Of course it is a good idea for further dresses. Yeah. I wanted to do it for Rosalina, but ultimately decided not to. I ultimately decided just to let it out because I had to detach the sleeves anyway. A lot of what happened with Rosalina was trial and error. Which tells me that I should have made a mock-up beforehand. But, you know. It's a learning experience. This, luckily, is an easy sew pattern and will. Alright. This time, we're going to do the seam allowances correctly. Here's my gauge. We're at 5/8. That's going to be a problem. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh, whoops. I really could give myself like an inch seam, but I think I think we'll be alright. Oh, I did it again. If you're wondering what I'm using, by the way, I'm using a silver letter marking pen. It is not gel based, it is water soluble. And hopefully, I won't need it for much longer because I don't want to have to replace the ink cartridge right at this very moment. Damn it. Fix yourself. Alright, cool. Some allowance is drawn. I should probably do it for the collar. Or what I should do for the collar is go, oh well. I just really complicated things. Like I say always, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but I did kind of really mess up. It's not irrevocable though. Not ruined, just absolutely gonna bite me in the ass in a minute here. I forgot that the collar absolutely needs seam allowances. Alright, Clippy. Alright. And then the hem. Which, since it's not going to be that big, I'm probably going to measure out for an inch. Alright. That is the back piece. Now, what I'm gonna do with this extra piece here is measure out. I'm gonna give myself a good 4. No, let's say 5. Oh, too much is better than not enough. gonna measure myself a good 5 inches. Oh, right. I've got one more ink cartridge I can use, because this is out of ink. We're gonna measure this out for 5 inches. And then where's my corgi? Here it is. My corgi. Actually, I think it's a fox, but all right. This little pizza slice will probably be our saving grace soon. But I don't need that much more room. I just need more room than I have. Luckily, I'm in a position where I have enough where I can just take this. It was like that with Rosalina too. With all the issues I had with Rosalina, it was very, very easy to just take the extra fabric from the sleeves, measure and cut out a nice little triangle, and get to where I need to be. And since this is a much bigger size than Rosalina, I'm not going to need that much more room. Because it seems to fit everywhere else but the bust, which, I mean, is the story of my life. Even when I was a size 8, I really needed specialized bras, so we're just gonna save these. Okay. Alright, we only have a few more other steps to do. We have our sleeve. Nope, this is not a sleeve. This is what we just traced. Oh dear. Okay, I just realized something. I didn't do the one thing that I always try to remember to do. Make sure that you pin the pattern part. Hang on. I want to make sure that this is. Let me get my lines. Let me get my lines straight. I want to double check and make sure. We're being. Listen, I ain't trying to get this organized. One of the most important things you need to do is pin the part of the pattern that you used part of the pattern this is to the piece that you're using. And that works as labeling it. See what I mean? That way, when everything's lined up, you can match all the tabs and the circles to each other. I gotta do it for the other one too, even though I unfolded it, because I wanted to make sure it fit. Yeah, this is the wrong side. This side is much smoother. Yeah, especially when parts start to look the same and you're putting it in the same color. Don't count on everything being color-coded. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 2. Damn. I feel like time goes by too fast. Alright. And I'll have that little slit marked too. That way, when I can get to the split, there we go. Aha! Is there any fold line on this? Yes, there is. Yeah, this is definitely supposed to be for two-way stretch knits only. Well, you'll just have to deal. You'll just have to deal. Okay, I think we're gonna do this and the sleeve, and then we'll be basically done with cutting the fabric. We have this, and we have this, and yeah, I think the only other piece is that interfacing from earlier. And you know what? For that interfacing, what I'm probably going to do is pull out a little piece of bias tape. Oh, but you know what I need to do? I'm gonna use this under for the other two pieces. So we're gonna have to cut again. So we're not done just yet. But we're not gonna double line the sleeves because I don't want to sweat to death. We're only gonna do the front of the tunic. So let's bring out Sheila again. That's not warm. It did work, but it's still not warm. And so we have a little bit of extra fabric. Just a bit. I just googled what bias tape is. I keep forgetting what it is and what it's used for. Regardless of what it's used for, I can promise you that I am using it for the wrong thing. Because I know that I'm supposed to be using zipper tape, and I know that I'm supposed to be using something that you can heat bond to your piece. This particular bias tape that I am using, I cannot heat bond. And I shouldn't be using it, but I like the... I don't know, I just like stitching it. I prefer that. I'm gonna have a pretzel, because I'm actually quite hungry now. I didn't eat much for breakfast, because my breakfast exploded. Speaking of food, so last night, because we had to run to Joann's, because my husband isn't quite done with his cosplay, we had to run to Joann's, and if there's something about all married couples is that we can never decide where to eat. And I can promise you, we spent more time wondering where your breakfast exploded. Yes. I was making oatmeal. And I forgot that when you put oatmeal in the microwave, it needs a lid. And it reminded me all over my microwave. If you have anything that you put in the microwave that you need to add water to, cover it because it will explode. That's why my stream was an hour late. And then I also needed a minute to I realized how jumpy I was getting, so I was like, let me relax. Let me take a minute. Let me eat my bagel and my dried mango. And let me just chill. Is that warm? What is with you, man? Come on! Sorry, it's being annoying. So we're not doubling up. We're not doubling up on the sleeves, but we're going to double up on the tunic. And I think that is what we're going to focus on doing, is just the under tunic. I'll probably work on the over tunic away from the camera maybe tonight, and then we'll talk about assembly Friday, but probably Friday, because Thursday needs to be dedicated to finishing Rosalina. Because the petticoat comes in late tonight. And so once I have the petticoat, I am pretty much immediately going to hem it. I'm going to hem it, and I'm going to put the white satin where it needs to be. And then Rosalina, tomorrow, should be done. And then probably Monday and Tuesday, I'll have a prop painting stream. Because then, hopefully by then, I'll have Legends Sword and Shield. I'm kind of hoping to buy those, if I can be entirely frank. There's a cosplay, the con, Dragon Con, the con that we go to, is a pretty huge con in Atlanta. And it's big to the point where, before the con, a week before the con, most people are just, selling their old cosplay stuff. And more often than not, if you are looking for a prop sword that you can't make, that's the place to find it. And that's probably where I'm going. And if I can't find the sword and shield, I'm definitely going to try and find my boots. Because I don't want to make boot covers. I don't want to make boot covers. That's annoying. And it's not fun. Alright. We're just going to trace this. Oh. I forgot to pin it. Pin. Pin. Now this should fit over my shoulder, but I'm gonna give this an inch seam allowance just in case. You trace from the first and the seam allowance second, correct? Yes. Yes, I do. There we go. One cosplay I really hope to do in the future is Sophitia from Soul Calibur. I want to do Sophitia so bad. I used to love playing Sophitia and Cassandra. I personally think that game could have really used a black female dancer character. They had so many designs for one. And I don't remember their names specifically, but I do remember that design was scrapped, and eventually that person left Namco Bandai, and the capoeira character from Street Fighter. I know I'm probably being loud because I'm close to the microphone. The capoeira character from Street Fighter is heavily inspired by those designs. I forget her name, but she's this scantily clad woman in a pixie cut. Sophitia looks like a great costume for summer, too. Yes, that's 85% of the reason why I want to do that. I also would love to do Fortune from Metal Gear Solid 2. The only problem is I don't think I want to carry a gun like that around. I'd have Almost Husband be Vamp. You know, if he wants. Remember, he's not called Vamp because he looks like a vampire. He's called Vamp because he's bisexual. That will never not make me laugh. Christy, I think you might be thinking of Tekken. I know there's a capoeira character from Tekken whose name is Christy. I don't know what the name is from Street Fighter. Alright, I know this is already traced, but it's getting on my nerves. Because I know Christy was supposed to be like Eddie Gordo's protege. Her voice acting, I remember we had Tekken 4 for PlayStation 2. Back in the day, we rented it from Blockbuster. That's one thing that makes me kind of sad as far as like video games go, is that you can no longer rent video games because they look interesting. People go on YouTube to see if the game is fun these days, and while that has its merits, it's also like, whatever just happened to giving it a shot by yourself. Now, as someone who chronically watches Let's Plays instead of playing the game, I do understand that. So I understand that I'm being like a little bit of a hypocrite, but at the same time, you know, I used to rent so. Yeah, exactly. Blockbuster was how I got into Kingdom Hearts. Now, once again, Let's Plays have their merits because there are tons of games that I think are masterpieces that I personally could never play. Okay. Oh, wait, that's for size 24. Size 22. Okay, there's the tab. And there's the other tab. Nope, that's still size 24. Size 22. Probably should have done 2 sizes up, but it'll be alright. Poke, poke. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to put this up. What I need to do is measure seam allowances. But, like, there are tons of games that I agree are masterpieces that I could never play by myself. Like, for instance, Elden Ring. I could never play Elden Ring. I hate playing Soulsborne games. Hate it. Hate it, hate it. I don't have good reaction time, and I hate dodging. Like, and people are like, oh, well, that's a personal problem. It is! Thank you! It is a personal problem. That's why I personally don't play the games, even though I'm sure they're brilliant as far as lore goes. Another one is Xenoblade Chronicles. Xenoblade Chronicles, I have watched every single one of them, and as far as story goes and narrative, all of them are like... There we go, sorry. All of them are, like, brilliant. Super honestly, they're just brilliant stories. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 made me cry. But the combat drives me insane. I've played Xenoblade Chronicles 1. It makes me insane. So I have a lovely time watching people play it. What I need to do is I need to stop playing console Overwatch and start playing Yakuza again. I was really enjoying Yakuza until I got underleveled, and now I'm kind of stuck grinding in Hawaii. I just wanted to complete the story, but I forgot the thing with Yakuza is if you just focus on the story and not any of the other side quests, the game just fucks you. Like, super frankly, the game is just like, oh yeah, by the way, you need to be level 20 for this. You know what level you're gonna be if you only focus on story? 15! The game really tries to push you to play its sub-stories. Which, I get, the sub-stories are always great, I just forget them. Because I want to play the story. In a way, it more pushes you to play the sub-stories. Because, I'll be honest, if you have patience, you could probably beat some bosses while being underleveled. But here's the problem. You have to have patience. That's the thing. I really struggle with long-range shooting. I get really motion sick at first, but I used to until I started playing Overwatch. And also, you can remove motion blur from things, and that helps me a lot. But yeah, I used to get super motion sick while playing Halo. Like, I remember back in the day, like, when all the guys were playing Call of Duty, I'd be like, I'm gonna go lay down. Because you know? GTA 5 actually made me a little motion sick because, their aim assist, the aim assist on, like, essentially easy mode for the campaign was super jiggly. Like, you could aim, and then the camera would, like, kind of snap, and then when you try to aim somewhere else, it would wiggle back and forth and then snap to the next target, because it's trying to find the target for you so you could headshot. But it would jiggle so much that it would make me sick. So I just stopped playing it. You know, one thing that blows my mind is that GTA 5 is still popular. Not only is GTA 5 popular, but GTA 5 roleplay on stream is super popular. And not only that, there are, like, story arcs that people can follow. Family played GTA 5. The boy was 7 and his uncle kept goading him by promising him Oof. See, GTA 5. GTA 5 really wanted to make sure. I think Rockstar, the company itself, really did everything it could to make sure kids should not play this game. I think they made a point to put in scenes that a child would, A, not waste their time with, and B, some things that they would probably find legitimately scary. And I think Rockstar really did all they can to do that, because super honestly, I stopped playing. Yeah, that's the thing. I actually stopped playing for a little bit after the torture scene, because it bothered me that much. See, that's yeah, like that's awful. Like, he really shouldn't have done that to that kid, because GTA 5, while a lot of people see it as kind of like this inappropriate meme, the campaign is actually really, really dark. Like, Trevor is a serial killer. He's a serial killer. And he's, like, these days he's become such a meme that no one really realizes that, but, like, no child under the age of 15 should be playing anything that involves Trevor on GTA. Like, maybe you could get away with Franklin's storyline, but Franklin still blows somebody up in, like, really graphic fashion. They could honestly probably get away with some of the heists, but super honestly, yeah, that torture scene, I actually stopped playing the game for a while. I was like, why am I even playing? I was like, I actually had to, like, reevaluate why I played video games. I'm not kidding. Because I had to think about it. I was like, is this supposed to be, like, some twisted social commentary, or am I really just doing this for the cruelty of it? Mom thought he was just going around in the car. She did not know about the storylines. Yeah, there is a scene where Trevor is absolutely hitting, like, I'll be blunt, hitting it from the back on some nameless woman. Like, and it's not even, like, censored. It's not censored. His pants are fully down. Her skirt is fully up. It's like, it's not, it's not like, it's a very graphic game. And I don't know why people are like, oh, it's just a game that, like, well, and, like, parents are like, they want to ban books, but they won't keep their kid from playing an M-rated game. Like, that amazes me. Like, don't let your kids play GTA. And, like, you know, the big one back when I was growing up was Gears of War. Gears of War was the big one. It ended up on the news, and because, oh, parents had no idea that it was so graphic, and the studio responded with, it's in the trailer. It's in the trailer. How graphic it is in the trailer. So, like, just because it's censored doesn't mean it's censored in the game. The rating says uncensored nudity. Like, uncensored gore. They're men with chainsaw guns. I don't know how much more graphic you can get. So yeah, that kid's uncle was an asshole. He's kind of horrible. Why? I don't shouldn't have done that to that kid, because I'm pretty sure he probably never played video games again after that. Probably gave some weak-ass excuse like, I just wanted to see the game. I thought it would be funny. Apparently the kid had just picked it up in the shop and his dad didn't notice the 18 sticker. He just blindly... See, but that's the thing. He shouldn't have been able to. GTA, GameStop? When I worked there, I worked at GameStop when GTA was at its height. GTA 5 was just released. And we had to ask some pretty specific questions for people specifically to buy GTA. Now, granted, this could have just been a Bible Belt thing, because I do live down south. But we had to ask some pretty specific questions. Like, we specifically had to ask who it was for. Is that person present? We had to do this with all M-rated games. So, like, even if someone wanted to buy Persona, we had to... Because Persona 4 Golden had just been released. And we had to essentially ask those very same questions. Like, who is this for? Why are they buying it? All that stuff. I got them hooked on the... CEX here is a London second-hand shop. Ah! Okay. That makes a little more sense. There was one woman that got really, really mad at us when we asked, like, about the age of the person she was buying it for, and she was like, "Do you not think my son can handle it?" And I was like, "Ma'am, I'm not saying your son can't handle it. I'm saying he shouldn't have to. I was saying he shouldn't have to be able to handle something he's supposed to be having fun with." And when I said that, she kind of got the picture and picked another game. Granted, she did end up picking Sonic Boom, which I think might have been a worse choice. Yeah, we had to ask that after every time someone wanted to buy Assassin's Creed, specifically Assassin's Creed games. I think that was actually why we started having to ask the questions, was because of the Assassin's Creed games. This was something that was in effect long before GTA ever came out. This is my least favorite part of sewing, because my hand hurts. But yeah, the Lego games are actually really good. Lego Lord of the Rings is really, really good. Perfect for kids. I think if you ever want to get a kid started on a more mature game, you should always go with the Tales of series. Italy did not have the structures on renting or buying video games except for letting the obvious. Ah, gotcha. We had... I would always say, if you want to get a kid into more, like, mature games, Final Fantasy is always a great place to start. The Tales of series is a great place to start, in my opinion. Especially, like, the later Tales games, like Tales of Berseria, and Tales of Vesperia. Not so much the earlier ones, like Tales of Graces. Actually, no, I got that backwards. Tales of Graces has a mature enough storyline, but it's still very friendship saves the day, no one gets hurt kind of type beat. But a lot of times in Tales of games, the villain isn't always a bad person, or sometimes the protagonist realizes that they've been doing something bad, or sometimes the protagonist takes justice into their own hands, which, you know, I believe is always a good place to start if you want to start getting a kid into, like, more mature stories, like, like, I wouldn't say PG-13, but like PG plus. If you wanna get your kid into reading something or playing something that reminds them of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the Tales of series is a good place to start. I suggested Tales of Exilia to a woman because Tales of Exilia had just come out when I was working at GameStop. That was actually my first Tales of game. And I suggested it to her for her 13-year-old, and she came back and bought Tales of Graces and Tales of Symphonia. And when Tales of Zestiria came out, she went ahead and bought that. There we go. You're... Yeah, I think those are good places for, like, stories to, like, good places to start with stories that are a bit more mature than just the, your typical Marios and Sonics. Get the gems, Bentley Bear, and all that stuff. One of the things I think people underestimate about children is the thing that I find that they're searching for most, and this is as someone who has very limited experience with kids, but the one thing they search for is understanding. They want to learn, no matter how lazy their parents might think they are. Kids want to learn. They're natural sponges. And so teaching them certain aspects of life, like, for instance, sometimes people who do bad things aren't bad people. They're just misguided. Or sometimes you have to stand up to a friend, not just the bully. Or even the somewhat complex theme of, hey, just because this person is in charge doesn't mean that they're a good person. Like, those are important things for kids to understand growing up. And there's a lot. One of the things I didn't hit on in my censorship video essay, and in some babysitters, I always found that while it didn't work, children did always react better when I explained things to them and gave them a reason why. Yes! And sometimes when you explain things to them and give them a reason why, it does just kind of make them more upset, but, like, at least you were honest with them, you know? And they'll remember you being honest. Because I didn't say this in my anti-censorship video essay. But, like, I think a lot of issues that people have with, like, keeping kids from reading books and, like, wanting to ban books and having all these issues with the information that libraries provide is, I think, people are generally not ready for children to realize that their parents are not perfect and that their authority is not singular. Like, I think a lot of people are genuinely scared that their kids will realize that they are not infallible. And to keep that from happening, they just decide to get rid of that thing rather than, face that fear. Because, hey, once they realize I'm not perfect, they'll stop listening. And you know what? that could be true, but you're just gonna have to take that as it is. You know? If I had a reason for the rules, they might buck the rule, and they would also understand why they got 3 strikes with different levels of warning. And then I would stop things in their tracks. Yeah! I think there are a lot of people that are unwilling to draw those kinds of lines with their own kids. Really, I do. And it makes me kind of sad. And it could be for any number of reasons. I'm not saying that people who do that or are afraid to do that are like bad people or anything. But I am saying that, you know, trying to make a law as to what things people can and can't read because you have an issue is not good. It's not good. Sorry, I had to bite a mango. Dried mango. Alright. I got these all marked up. Yep. Okay. Struggled with the younger kid. I was babysitting a 7-year-old boy, innocent. She was very beautiful and the darling of the family. Oh, yeah. The only girl, the youngest girl syndrome, I like to call it. Because the minute they get any pushback, they start freaking out. Yeah, my brother, who's a teacher, has to deal. Who's a type of recreational teacher, has to kind of deal with that sometimes. Because a lot of the kids are like, they're from very affluent areas. They don't get told no, and so sometimes when he's like, "Hey, it's time to swim. We gotta get in the pool," and they're like, "No, I don't want to get in the pool." It's like, "No, you gotta get in the pool. That's why you're here. You gotta get in the pool." And so sometimes he'll be like, okay, 3 warnings, and then I'm gonna put you in the pool. I'll throw you in the pool. And some of them, you know, get in the pool and immediately realize how fun swimming is, you know. Others, not so much. Alright. Number 2. And then I think after this, I'm going to take a little breaky break. Little 5 to 10 minute break. And then we're going to come back. And then we're probably just, honestly, going to put this together. He's got the police calling the house once. She screamed. Oh, one of the, could tear, a scream that could tear paint off the walls, is how my mother would phrase that. I was mortified, but she also said that I should give in. Right where the girl could hear, of course! Wildly unhelpful. Redo the front. We're going to cut on the folds, and then we're going to double it. But yeah, I just want the front to be sturdy, because that's another issue I had with Rosalina. Is that, I didn't do a lining. I didn't do a lining on Rosalina. Luckily, it stretches across the chesticles in such a state where it doesn't need to. It doesn't need one because it already looks nice and smooth because it's pulled right across a very ample area. I feel like Gimli from Lord of the Rings. It's a little tight across the chest. Yeah, I don't like to talk about her very often because we're not really on speaking terms at the moment. But, things were much the same way with my younger sister. And it deeply affected our relationship later in life. Do I need to whip out the iron again? Or is this kind of flat? I should probably iron it again, just so it lays down. At least you don't have to do the lining for the Rosalina dress. Yeah. I'm kind of excited to get the petticoat. You know what? I should probably check my email to see if I have it. I don't at the moment. I was under the impression that it was supposed to be arriving today. Well, let's see. Yeah, arrival today by 10 p.m., which means it's going to be coming at like 9:30. So yeah, I won't be able to truly finish it until tomorrow. And the reason why I probably won't do that on stream is because I have to take it on and off and on and off and on and off and on and off. And that doesn't need to be on YouTube. We're not doing Jeffree Star type business here. Speaking of which, I watched what had to be while I was working yesterday, what had to be a 2.5-hour video about all of his various crimes against social media. It was the funniest and honestly one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. Because one has to wonder how. How does a man like that get so lucky? You know, I shouldn't be asking that question when the Republican choice for the president of America is like that. So I really shouldn't be asking that question. I know what a cult of personality looks like. But yeah, no, it trips me out. Truly and genuinely. And, oh, this is gonna sound so mean. It's gonna sound so mean. But have you ever heard of the movie Rock and Rule? It's a very old animated movie. And it helped, if I recall correctly, it was by the same people who made Felix the Cat and Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. So you know that, like, the show does a lot, you know that the animation does a lot with lighting, and it looks a little uncanny valley, which makes it downright terrifying sometimes. And let me tell you, the villain looks so much like, the villain, Mock, looks so much like Jeffree Star. That's so mean, but, bro, like, they look similar, is all I'm saying. I didn't know there were other people who'd seen it. To be honest, I'd only seen it because of Saberspark. I used to be really into his videos. I'm still very much into animation, but I don't watch a lot of Saberspark anymore, not for any particular reason. I just don't see his videos recommended very much, even though I'm still subscribed to him. I don't really follow, like, Twitter and social media anymore, so I don't know if it's... I mean, if it's true. It is a little bit. Just, like, it's a little bit. And it kind of sounds similar. She could sing, she can scream, but she still pissed me off. But yeah, if anybody is interested in, like, just, like, earlier animation or vintage animation, Rock and Roll is definitely a good place to be. It's free on YouTube right now, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'm blocked by Jeffree Star on Twitter. And I'm pretty sure it's because, I commented my usual, insult for social media personalities that I'm not super fond of. Because of the musical hell review of it. Oh, okay. I've seen a few of their videos. But I should probably watch their video on Nerdy Prudes Must Die. That is actually the only Star Kid property I have ever been interested in, is Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Because Star Kid honestly just reminds me of the worst parts of early 2000s theater kid energy. But that one actually looks really good. I might watch it for the channel. Who knows? Maybe I'll do that for Halloween, even though I despise holidays. Even Halloween. But what was I saying before that? Oh yeah, I got blocked by Jeffree Star because I was tagged by a friend who was still a huge fan of him at the time and didn't really know about, like, the issue with his racism. And to be honest, I didn't either at the time. I just didn't like his vibe. I got tagged in a giveaway, and I got a response from a giveaway, and my response was only, "Old godad bitch," which is my usual insult. But yeah, I was unhappy with, the comment that had been made on that specific photo. It was something along the lines of, "I see why they signed you up for this giveaway, you clearly need it." Yeah. So it's old godad bitch. Every time I see J.K. Rowling, I say the same thing too. Old godad bitch. That's something. My grandmother used to use that phrase so much. And, you know, in a sense, you know, I've got to keep her alive through me. She was never cruel, but there are times where she could not. There are times, especially as she got more and more sick, that she did not hold back with her criticisms. And there was one particular cousin that she was super not fond of, to the point where after her funeral, it was in her will that she send her a letter about why she disapproved of her so bad. So, I remember every time she would see somebody on the television, I remember she lived with us for a long time, and I believe it was the Gore-Lieberman presidential race. Al Gore, George Bush presidential race. And every time one of them popped up on the screen, she would say that same thing. "Oh, godad bitch." She said, that's my pet phrase. That's my pet phrase because some people gotta know that you don't like them. Whew, okay. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like cutting fabric. It takes a while. Because then I gotta do the seam allowances again. Then I gotta do the seam allowances again, and then I have to assemble the outfit. And to be honest, assembling it is the fun part, because then you get to like see it slowly come into being, you know? Luckily the lining here will have a seam allowance. So what you were in cosplays was really nice and really magical. Aww, thank you. That's so sweet of you. If I had it my way, I'd go back to baking streams too, but the kitchen's a little too small for that right now. It doubles as our laundry room, and we're trying to fix that, but it'll be a while. This house is quite old, so if you want to move anything, you gotta make like new plumbing to get to it. You know, that's expensive. But yeah, one day we'll go back to baking streams. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever get Overwatch streams again. I'm not giving Blizzard my money. Even though I still occasionally play Overwatch, I refuse to give Blizzard any money for this fucking battle pass. From the bottom of my heart, I refuse. Ooh, that sounds tasty. Did I tell you we had yakisoba last night? That was delicious. Yeah, that's what happened after we went to Joanne's. I realized I never finished that story. Yeah, when we went to Joanne's, we had a very delicious yakisoba. Now, perhaps it didn't go well with the milkshake I had later that night, but it was still good. I also managed to get what I need for Link's wig. And I don't know if I'm going to stream that or not. I honestly might sit in front of the TV and do it, simply because it's crochet. His wig is going to be yarn dreadlocks. Because all my cosplays have natural hair or textured hair to an extent. I could also make yarn locks for Rosalina, but they would be very long and therefore very heavy. And I have no desire to pick overly bent bobby pins out of my scalp. Do you style your wigs? It depends on what I'm doing. Yeah, the yarn dreadlocks are, because there are some wigs that I've had in the past that I've styled. Like, I had this Sailor Mercury wig. Not Sailor Mercury. I had this Sailor Neptune wig that I really loved, but never quite used because I was too self-conscious to wear the Sailor Scout uniform. But I will be wearing the same wig with Rosalina that I wear with Peach, except Rosalina's wig will be lighting up. So it's going to be like a big light up afro. And since one eye of Rosalina's is covered, the wig is a little big, so I'm going to pull it over on my forehead and have the hair cover my eyes and put a little light under there. So it'll look like my face is glowing. There is a part of me that deeply wants to give that cosplay a cape. Just because I think it would look cute. But I really can't be spending any more on fabric. So the yarn dreadlocks, they're technically crochets. And crochet hair, what you normally have to do is you have to put your hair in cornrows. And you have to put your hair in cornrows. And you have to loop the braids through the cornrows. So when you see someone making a joke about, like, you know, there's like a braid sitting around just kind of somewhere, usually in a school of some kind, it's because someone's crochet has come out, essentially. Their crochet loop came undone, maybe, I don't know, through a shower. As a matter of fact, last time I got crochets done, I did an apple cider vinegar soak because of how bad they were itching, and then they just started falling out by the chunk. Like the knots were just too loose, and they just started falling out. Which those cost me money. As a matter of fact, I still have the braids. They're right here. They're right here. It's a lot of plastic that I don't want to throw away, but the bag is so heavy, and all of this was on my head. I just haven't figured out what I'm going to use them for. I feel like they need to be repurposed for something. I just don't know what. But with all the crap I do, I should be able to one day. Okay. Whoop. Hang on. I lost track of myself. Ooh, I cut this against the grain. I didn't realize that. Oh well. That's what's gonna be, and it's gonna be that, as they say. Could you use the braids for decoration purposes, like accessories? I don't know. I really don't. I'll have to think of something. I'm sure someone's done it. There are a lot of young ladies who don't throw their braid hair away. They use it for something else. Because more often than not, especially with crochets, you can just wash them. You can just wash them and, like, use them somewhere else or down the line. Braid hair is a little more of a delicate issue simply because sometimes braid hair is nasty. Sometimes people don't wash their braids. My marking pen just fell off the other part of my desk, and I can't. Oh my god, okay. That's annoying. I'll go get it. Give me a second. And here's a pin. This thing is going to be a bit thick. Let's put another pin up here so it doesn't tear. And then let's put one down here. there have been some women who reuse very clean braid hair to make synthetic makeup brushes. But like I said, it has to be really clean. Some people use it for other fiber crafts. I saw one lady use a drum carder and make acrylic yarn. So there's a ton of stuff you can do with it. I just have to sit down and think. But for right now, this is my top priority. And now that I'm looking at it, I still might do this. Well, no, I can't do it because I'm cutting against the grain. Never mind. We'll have to stick with this. I'll have to stick with the broadcloth. I just like the color better. I wish I could switch the color and the texture, you know? I'll need the cotton underlayer anyway. Alright. Cool. We'll cut this again. And this is folded. The back is large, so I like that. And then we'll leave the back out like this. I think a moisture wicking layer will be nice. Could you put it together in such a way that it's reversible? Yes. Doing this, the way I'm cutting it and the way I'm sewing it will make it reversible. So that's why I'm not really freaking out. It's just whether I would want to or not. Alright. While that warms up, I'm going to go find my marking pen because it fell on the other side of the desk. And with the way my desk, my sewing table, and my desk are positioned, I have to walk around my sewing table and go under my desk instead of just going under the sewing table. Because I have boxes and boxes of EVA foam under there. There it is. Got it. Alright, yeah. After all this cutting, we'll take a nice, 5-minute break. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Ooh, excuse me, I gotta pull up the house dress a little bit. Make sure I can be able to sit down, because sometimes I get stuck under my knee and I trip. Okay, move this out of the way. Sorry, just texting my messages. My family members are trading memes back and forth. I guess it's because Mom's about to get on a flight. Mom was going on a nice trip for her 60th birthday. Even though I was kind of hoping to be there. But it's just going to be her and Dad. This iron is dead set on making my life difficult. Just checking some emails. To be honest, the original plan for my mom's 60th birthday was they were gonna go see Wicked on Broadway. But then Mom and Dad planned a super lavish vacation for the summer. And so I think Mom's a little tuckered out from having to travel so much, so. The music stopped again. Why does the music keep stopping? It's like, are you still watching? Do you have any specific requirements for the iron you use? It does not have to be steam or something? No, this is steam iron. The issue I'm having with this iron is that it does not make a sound when it goes off, like when it turns off. Most irons I know at least make a click sound, like make a very audible click when it turns off and on. This does not. And I don't know when it turns off and on, but yeah, no, this is a steam iron. I am quite sure it was given to us when we moved here as a housewarming gift. If I recall correctly, it was given to us by... Who was it given to us by? I want to say his parents, but I don't think that's true. I think they gave us the spice rack. I don't know, it's been so long. They could have given us both. His parents gave us multiple gifts, but I think the iron is from our friends. Whom we call Becky and Denzel. Although that is not their first name. I am probably gonna hit all the cotton pieces with the iron one last time, and then one more again when we assemble this. And I gotta send Almost Husband something. Almost forgot that we're cooking dinner tonight, because we really shouldn't be going out again. So, I forgot to take some chicken out of the freezer, so I'm asking him to do it. We are very fortunate that we both work from home. It's really nice to spend the day with him. I get a little sad when he has to go into the office. It's just nice having someone else in the house, you know? Alright. Most people answered a good couch, but also proper cutlery and plates, which is moved the most. I was reading a post the other day on Tumblr, and one of the other people said I appreciate ironing more. Yeah, it's just, you look neater. Who's calling me? Sorry, I think my brother is texting me about Mother's incoming gift and Mother's birthday gift. Let's see if I can answer his question. One would think, considered a good couch. Listen, okay, seriously though, when I first moved into an apartment, our apartment was essentially like an empty space until we got a couch. We tried to get like this really small-ish couch, like, cause my roommate had ordered it off of Amazon, of all places. And it was just too small. It was too small. It was like this little gray nightmare that is now being used in a kindergarten class. Eventually, what happened is we got some hand-me-down furniture, and it was a really good couch and a really good, like, sofa chair. And that's when the apartment started feeling, like, complete. You know what I mean? Like, a really good couch really does, like, make a space. I am gonna mute for a second, as a matter of fact, because I am gonna call my brother back. Sorry about that. That and the picnic table. When the apartment we moved in now, convinced my mom to split the cost from the good couch I sell in someone's house from IKEA. So I made the living room. Yeah, you see? That and the picnic table we use as our regular table in the living room. Now, the table we have now, the dining room table that we have now, we bought on Facebook Marketplace from an older couple, whose house frightened me a little bit. Like, it was a normal, like, over 55 kind of apartment space. But the problem with that area was, but the thing is I guess they were planning on moving out, which is why they were giving away the dining room table in the first place. But there were no decorations, no, like, pictures of family, no nothing. And the house was just kinda empty. And it wasn't even empty as in, like, there wasn't any stuff in it. There was no pictures, and Almost Husband was like, well, you know, they were probably packing up if they were moving out. And I was like, okay, yeah, but wouldn't you at least see, like, evidence of picture frames or something that's not, like, odd-looking Bed Bath & Beyond corporate artwork? Like, I don't know. For some reason, their house just felt very empty to me. They did have a really cool lemon tree, though. There was an awkward moment where I was openly admiring the lemon tree, and she was like, yeah, it's a nice tree, right? And I was like, yeah. Looks like you've taken really good care of it. And she was like, yeah, you can't have any. I was like, I wasn't gonna ask for any, but thank you for letting me know. Thanks. Yeah, but my brother, because it's my mother's 60th, and like I said, they're going on a really nice trip, he had the idea to get a really big order of flowers to my mother and have it be in their hotel room, and have it be in her hotel room when she gets there. And I think that would be a very nice surprise. Once again, I was kind of hoping I could, like, be there for her 60th, but, you know. We are supposed to see each other in October, because we're going to start shopping for my wedding dress. And I have a lot of plans for my wedding dress, but my number one stipulation for my wedding dress is I need to be able to wear a normal bra with it. It needs to be I need to be able to wear a normal bra. Not a strapless bra. Not one of those, maybe one of those plunging neck bras. Maybe, if it fits right. But I am not wearing a strapless bra, and I am not wearing pasties. I refuse. I need to be able to wear a regular bra with my wedding dress. That is my one stipulation. Like, if I happen to find a strapless gown that really speaks to me, then fine. I will wear some sort of cape with it to wear a normal bra. But, like, I'm not getting one of those, like... I am not wearing a mermaid dress. That is one thing I am not doing. I am not wearing a fitted dress. I understand I got a booty, and I can show it off at my own wedding, sure, but That's a no. That's a no from me. It's gonna be a no from me, dog. Alright, we're done cutting fabric, finally. If I feel the need to double up on the sleeves, I will, but right now, I really don't think I need to. But right now, our wedding colors are, ivory, golden blue. Not ivory, golden blue. Green. It's green. Ivory, golden, green. Ivory, golden, blue are baby shower colors. But, yeah. Right now we're looking at ivory, golden, green. And it's gonna be on an outside venue. Well, the ceremony is going to be at an outside venue that can be covered if it rains. And it's gonna happen in the late fall, like almost close to, like, the week before Thanksgiving. And that's not this year, that's next year. So, the wedding is next year. Alright. Now that we're here, let's label these dots. Okay. This tab. And then we have this tab. Wait, that's 20, not 22. Tabs go here. Okay. 22, circle goes here. And then this tab here. And this tab here. Alright, I think that's all the tabs. I am going to mark the waistline, though. Simply for my own satisfaction. Okay. We match the tabs in the same spot. I don't think we need the same spot. I don't think we need tabs in the same spot on the underlining, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's your wedding, you should be comfortable. Exactly! I want to be able to wear... Like, I'm gonna wear low heels. I'm not gonna wear heels. Well, I am gonna wear heels, but they're gonna be like an inch. And it's gonna be a nice, the venue is, it's gonna be, late fall. Oh, wait, why'd I do that? The wedding is gonna be late fall. In a time of the year that's not really known for rain. But we can go inside if there is, we do have a chance to do it inside if it does rain. We have a pretty big, we have like a wedding party of like 4 people each. Maybe 3, because we don't know if the 4th person on my side of the wedding can even make it. We'll know this week. We'll know next week. Because she comes from Seattle and she's one of our Dragon Con friends. And she is very near and dear to our hearts. She was actually, both of the people, 2 of the people that we're inviting were there when, almost husband proposed to me, which was at Dragon Con. Oh my god, this last pin is so annoying. Just poke it somewhere else. There we go. Alright. Easy peas. Now, let's get Carlotta, let's clean up first. Get Morgana and the Corgi. Let's clean up first. And then I think what I'm going to do is take a little bathroom break. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to cut that interfacing. So let's do that. That's what I forgot to do. I was wondering why I felt like I forgot something. The interfacing is so small. we're going to use the cotton because it's going on the underlayer and it'll match. Ah, it's not big enough. That's not big enough either. Damn it. Okay. Let's just... Yeah, it's tiny. I didn't want it getting lost. And I don't have my bin because my bin has other scraps in it. And we're gonna have 2 strips for either side of the zipper, which is where the interfacing needs to go. I am not doing this well. Okay. That's not even. We'll shave it down later. Nippy. Cool. We'll pin this together. Alright. After I just finished laying these out. Scraps. Lay out the scraps. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm going to save this for something else later. Since it's a lot of broadcloth, we might have a chance to use this for something nice. Get this strip too. Yeah. What we're gonna do... Keep getting caught. We're gonna put the sewing binder way over here somewhere. And we're gonna put Carlotta back on the desk. Alright. So there are a couple of things that we're going to be doing. So the first thing they want us to do is focus on where you're putting the zipper, which I believe, this is the back, right? Yeah, this is the back. So we need the other piece, which are over here. Nope, that's not it. Where did the... Okay. Oh, no, here they are. No, that's the sleeve. Here we go. Our front, which is now covered in blue thread, because I put it all on the floor. But that's what this is for! Never mind, that just left more. Come on. This thing is not working as advertised. I should have just kept using a hairbrush. Whew. Okay. Okay, so... the exposed zipper. We have the line out here. These are the Spanish instructions. Oh, I'm a little disorganized. Bless. Okay. English instructions. Okay, so for the exposed zipper, which I'm definitely doing, but with a invisible zipper, is apply interfacing to the wrong side of the fabric section where the zipper will be sewn. Stitch over stitching lines and fuse, following manufacturer's instructions. Reinforce the corners by stitching along the lines and using small stitches and pivoting at small circles. Cut along the line between stitching lines, clipping diagonally to small circles. On outside, pin zipper face down to the right edge. Okay, so what I need to do here is grab my zipper, which is right in front of my face, and put it in the front. Sounds complex. Thank you. It feels much simpler than my last project. Super honestly, that might be because it's shorter. It is 3:22 though. So I've almost been doing this for about 3 hours straight. So I think I'm gonna make good on that promise. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go on a bit of a break. Give me... I was gonna say if I could set a timer somewhere. Give me 5 minutes. So... let's go here. Let's make sure the music keeps playing. And I will be back in 5 minutes. Time me. back. I went a little bit over time. Let's lower the music. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. But I just need to get up, walk around, take a break, go to the bathroom, stuff like that. Turn that off before it goes off. Turn that off too, and that. There we go. Alright, cool. Okay, there's... Okay, so what it does is it gives me specific instructions. Let's find... Hang on. Yep. All right. So, funny story, I just had this lying around. I did not have to buy this. Well, I mean, I did buy it at some point, but way before I thought I was going to do this project. Alright, now gently unfold. So what I have to do here, I shouldn't have put Carlotta up here so soon. I'm still stuck between Carlotta or Dolores. Oh, I'm back in top chat. I'm still stuck between Carlotta or Dolores for my machine, for my sewing machine. I feel like Carlotta rolls off the tongue a bit more. I want like an old-fashioned name because it's a Singer machine. And Singer is like the OG. Okay. There we go. Pull this one. And also flick it out. That side is fine. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the little corners that need to slit, line up just fine. Just gotta make sure everything lines up all right. Gotta make sure everything's even before I... Hey Moon! What is up? Hello. We're working on a different project today. We're not working on Rosalina. We are working on... I mean, bluntly put, Legend from Linked Universe. That's what gave me the idea in the first place. I'd have to say, out of all the Links in Linked Universe, Time and Legend would be my favorite. I know everyone likes Wild and 4, but I see them more as, I don't have any emotional connection to them. While I like Breath of the Wild and while I like Four Swords, A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time are, like, formative for me. So, I prefer the old man and the asshole. Okay, I'm doing alright myself. It's been kind of a stressful week, but, you know. I am persevering. Right now, I am just trying to make sure that I have this and the lining lined up well. Oh, I just realized that this doesn't really need a seam allowance, but, you know, it's whatever. Alright. Just gotta make sure that all the corners match before I start installing a zipper. Installing zippers often take me forever and a day. So hopefully this won't go by, like, swiftly. Lord willing, the creek don't rise, as they say. This goes here, but this goes here. Because one side of this collar does not have a seam allowance. We'll have to deal with that later. Alright. Does this line up? Yes, it does. Check if the bottoms line up. That's what's important as well. Okay? The bottom lines up as well. Alright. We're making progress. What we need to do before we do anything, according to these directions, is put the zipper in. So let's go over these instructions one more time to make sure that I know, without a doubt, 100% what I'm doing. Maybe if I read them right side up. That's not right side up. What's happening here? Did I grab the wrong language again? Yes, I did. This is the right language. My bad. Alright. Sewing directions for the exposed zipper. To stay zipper opening, apply interfacing to wrong side of the fabric section where the zipper will be sewn. Center over stitching lines and fuse following the manufacturer's instructions. So I'll probably have to skip out on making this reversible. I just realized that. That's kind of a bummer, because I'm still stuck between if this looks better or if this looks better. Since it's just like actual cotton and this is polyester broadcloth. But I think I'm gonna still have the cotton on the inside, so I think we'll stick with the broadcloth. Also, this is the undertunic. I don't know why I'm freaking out about the undertunic. Okay, so with the exposed zipper, we have to flip it to the other side. And then we apply the zipper here. It's the wrong way. We apply the zipper here. Did I forget to cut the collar? Oh shit. I think I forgot to cut the collar, y'all. Oh wait, no I didn't. Collar's right here. I just didn't cut a collar lining, and I don't think I need to. Oh, and ouch. And besides, I cut 2. I'm only supposed to cut 1. Ow, that actually really hurt. So, we gotta measure essentially how thick. You did not cut the seam allowances for the collar. No, I did. I added seam allowances for the collar. It's this part of the collar that I didn't cut seam allowances for, which we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Because this has seam allowance, I'll just, you know, do something cute to make sure that looks better. Lines up so good, it really, something, oh, you cut matches. Well, I try, thank you. Let's see, here's the center back. Let's go. Up, maybe a little farther up to install the zipper. You know, this is the first time I've done like a high collar, I think. So essentially, this is what's gonna... Oh, yeah, I gotta fold it. I forgot. That's why I thought it was unnecessary. Because I gotta fold it. So let's see. Let's take it down a little. That should be good. If it's a little bit open, I really don't care. So we'll make it a bit low. Alright. Like I said, I'm probably going to, I'm going to have this be an exposed zipper. I'm gonna have this zipper be in the front simply because, it will be easier for me. I don't want this to be yet another outfit I have to ask someone else to take off for me. So, this is pretty much down the center. Yeah, it matches up with the fold. So let's go ahead and pin this in. Matching up the like exact middle of something always gives me a little bit of agita. Because it's like, oh, what if I don't do it right? What if it's off center, you know? There we go. Alright, pinned just like that. So, you know, I think half my problems would be fixed if I kept up with all my shit. Okay. Whew. All right. Sorry I'm not talking. I'm just really trying to make sure that this is right. Because once I have this down, I'm gonna hit it with the iron. You know what? I might hit it with the iron first. Alright. And then, once I hit it with the iron, I'll press it. We'll press it, and then we'll have the zipper installed. Once we have the zipper installed, then we worry about assembly. Ugh, my ankle really itches. Like, really bad. Ugh. I have a huge mosquito bite on my ankle. There was a mosquito in my husband's car last night. Speaking of which, I should turn my timer off. I had a timer for when I got up and, like, walked around. I walked up, saw how almost husband was doing. I should have gotten a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That would have been awesome. But I have some other snacks. I've got more mango. Alright. You warm? Yeah, you're good enough. Sorrows, sorrows, prayers, prayers. Oh, almost burnt my finger there. Alright. Alright. Perfect. Hang on, I gotta make sure that the fold and the zipper match. So let's start from the bottom. Okay. So far, so good. Alright. Now let's do this top. Make sure that the zipper hits the fold. And then we pin that. Oh. Okay. My current big dream, as far as sewing goes, is to be able to make my mom, a big, like, Bridgerton style dress. Like, specifically Queen Charlotte's dress. Sorrows, sorrows, prayers, prayers. Sorrows, prayers. She's like, I'm comforting you. Okay. Oh, sorry, my ankle is itching so bad. She's such a nice. Yeah, every time, a couple of times, I find myself going just sorrows, prayers, sorrows, sorrows, prayers, prayers. I do like I said, I do love her. Like sorrows, prayers. Like I'm empathizing with you. Why are you still crying? Like a bad kindergarten teacher. Alright, so what I need to do with Carlotta in this moment is... actually, I think we're gonna do this by hand. Where's my regular needle? I have 3 different pincushions, and yet I can never find all 3 at once. Here it is. It's right in here. This has all my regular needles. Let's use some garment thread instead of all-purpose. That's the wrong end. But yeah, that's my goal, is to make Mom like a big dress like that. I think she'd love it. Now, would she love it if I told her to wear it to my wedding? Probably not. No, my mother showed me what she wants to wear to my wedding. Ugh. She definitely has, like, night on the town dresses, like it's some sort of winter formal, but we're going for a more, like, fae court theme, so we're going for a little more Lord of the Rings. We're going for something a little more fantasy, so I'm gonna need her to do something a little more, a little more... a little more Billie Jean and a little less Smooth Criminal, if that makes sense. I am not as good at hand sewing, so this will be interesting. But it's just a little stitch. Oh, my ankle is so interminably itchy. I don't think it's just a mosquito bite. Honestly, I think it might be a spider bite. Which is terrifying because I'm terrified of spiders. Yay! You guys will have to bear with me. I'm not super great at knotting the thread like this. I just do it until the knot is thick enough. Okay, there we go. Good, good, good. Now... let's sew the bottom of this, as instructed. And I'm going to be doing it through both layers of clothing. This really could just be a straight stitch. I think this might have been the wrong decision. It was. Alright. I am not that good at hand stitching, like truly and genuinely. So what I'm going to do is we're going to pin this back here so it stays where it needs to be. Fuck. There we go. Alright, and so far we're really just working on sticking the interfacing where it needs to be, not necessarily the zipper itself. This is already looking extremely messy. So let's put the instructions here. Let's place the sleeve down here where it can't get in my way. And then let's put the collar away for a second. Okay, first things first. Now that we have the zipper place, I wish I didn't have to, but I have to go. I have an extra start early tomorrow. More patients using condom for surgery. Well, listen, sleep well. I hope this got you in the right headspace to sleep. Have a good day, and have a good sleep, and then have a good work day tomorrow. I know the healthcare field can be very stressful, so I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And I'm probably wrapping up in an hour myself anyway. But we're gonna wind up bobbing, y'all. Beautiful to see your dress coming together. Thank you. It's always such a delight to have you in chat, really. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright. Cool. Alright. Oh, bobbin's already in here. What am I doing? Let's put this back. Alright. We go around our tension number, our tension thingy. And into the bobbin. See you next time. Should be next Friday. So I'll see you then. Let's go up through here. And down. And around. And here. Gotta turn it on. Alright. Oh. Here, maybe it'll still... Oh, wait, nope, 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 nope. Nope, it decided to rebel against me. There we go. See? Threading a bobbin would not be so annoying if I remembered which way the bobbin spins. But I never do. I always think it's the other way. Keep a little pillow under my pillow for the dirt man, so he won't drag me down. Keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man. This way. So click the threader in place. Okay, there we go. sometimes I have to guide it because sometimes this particular bobbin has a habit of skipping the top of the bobbin and just getting wrapped around this. And we want to make sure this bobbin is thick. Alright, that's good. So this one is well wound, and I don't think we'll need these anymore. We'll just need our thread snips, which are these little angels right here. So, snippy, and snippy. We're gonna put this, I don't know if you guys can see that. We're gonna take this bobbin out, which was sewing the white satin for Rosalina's dress. And then we're gonna put this, oh wait, and then we gotta put it through the thing that keeps it from getting tangled. No, we don't want to put the shield on just yet. Because what I want to do is thread the machine and make sure that the bobbin is in its place, because sometimes the bobbin thread doesn't come up in the right place. And according to some people, I looked to see if it was just user error, but according to some people, that is a problem with these machines. And that's why you just have to be a little bit slow in making sure that your bobbin and your thread are in the right place. Now, there are lots of people who say that threading a needle is hard. I have bad eyesight. Threading a needle is not that hard. I say as if I'm not about to make a fool of myself trying to do this thing right here. I think it was very hard. Oh, right. Okay. Nope. We don't want that. All we want is this. Hang on, I'm having a brief moment of confusion. There we go. Alright, is everybody in their positions? Yep. Okay. Let's put Homegirl back down. Alright. The only thing I need to do right now... Whoops. Well, yeah, no. I need to switch my foot. I need a zipper foot. Probably need one that goes to the right. I probably really didn't need to switch the foot right now, but, you know, fortune favors the bold and everything. That does not apply to this situation, but here we are. Alright. Up. Okay. As lifted as far up as it'll go. Amazing. Alright, let's slide and slide. zipper can be a little bit crooked because all we're doing right now, all we're worrying right now, is the interfacing. There we go. All right. Oh, that could have been a mistake. That could be better. Oh, right, I don't need these. Where are my snippies? Snippy. Alright. Okay, but now that's in its place. It's better to just switch the foot over. Like Switchfoot. I dare you to move. I dare you to move. I dare you to lift yourself up off the floor. Was a lot of Western evangelical music disguised as pop back in the day. Especially where I lived. If you were back in the day, even though Paramore fucked supremely hard, back in the day, if you listened to Paramore, you were probably a slut. Toxic girl culture was at its all-time high back in the day. Oh my god. Truly and genuinely. Because it was like, you don't want to talk to her. She listens to Paramore and the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. So you know she's a slut. There's a lot of heavy use of the word slut. I don't know why I'm trying to keep this zipper still when I'm really not fastening the zipper at all. There we go. Also Snippy. Snippy. Snippy! Alright, cool. This is just getting in the way. Am I gonna be picky? I think I'm gonna be picky, because that's so... Where's my seam ripper? I thought I put my seam ripper in Morgana's face. There it is. It looks so bad. It looks so bad. So yes, I'm going to rip it up. Should I be this bent out of shape about some stay stitching? No. Am I? Yes. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize how close. For some reason, it didn't occur to me how close the sewing machine was to the microphone. That must have been painful. I apologize. There we go. Alright, come on out, y'all. I can't tell if this is still threaded. It's not. Sorrows, sorrows, prayers. All right. Man, I wish that wasn't annoying. Remember when I said that threading a needle was easy? It's not easy when the feckin' zipper foot is in the way. There we go. Perfection. Alright, oh! Hang on. Yep, there we go. Alright. Alright, we're back where we need to be. Let's start here again. Put the presser foot down. And then we go slow. We go a little more to the right. I just realized what I did wrong. Sometimes I forget how this works. It's alright though. We will eventually know what we're doing. Alright, perfect. Now we press down. There we go. Now that shouldn't be a problem anymore. Oh. Almost made it a problem. Almost ripped that entirely. Alright. And we'll do another close snippy. Snippy. And snippy. Snippy. Okay. Cool. And then I actually don't know how I'm going to do the bottom. Because I do need to do the bottom. This'll do, actually. So, presser foot down. Needle aimed. Thread incorrectly placed, however. Now we're dropping it down. Cool. texted me. I don't know. Oh, that's them, not us. Okay. Okay. A little close snip. Oh my god. Please, cooperate. Pull with me. Thank you. Pull. There we go. There. There we go. Oh, wait. No. Fucked up on that last stitch over there. I did not do what I was supposed to do over here. Alright, cool. Now it's done. Alright. Alright. Interface stabilized. Let's move Carlotta back. Oh, wait. No, not quite. Interfacing is a mess on this end. It's where it least needs to be a mess. Yeah, we're definitely cleaning our fibers as we go this time. Alright. Okay, interfacing stabilized. Now it doesn't. Oh my. Lots of text messages are happening. I don't have my phone on silent. Okay. So then what we're going to do is, well, we have the zipper installed. I'm actually really shocked that we're not installing all the interfacing. But it says not to. So I won't. Just realized I did something dumb. Up, 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 up. See that? There we go. Alright, and what we're going to do is actually, I'm going to flip this over so I can follow the folds. Where did this come from? I thought that was on my thread keeper. Oh, and then seeing now, but I probably shouldn't have turned this inside out. It won't be a problem though. We will fix things. Once we install this zipper, we should be good. We should be fine. Snack break. Oh my god. Let me guess, YouTube's about to ask me, are you still watching? Yes. Oh, that's why this is going so weird. Ugh, maybe we should end stream and take a break. I just realized this is backwards. That's why I'm having so much trouble. There you go. Sorry, this is taking a lot longer than I thought. Well, it's taking a lot longer than I thought because, I'm hungry. Simply put. Which, because of that, I'm thinking I might end stream and go get a real snack rather than some pretzels and some dried fruit. I've already been doing this for almost 5 hours now. There we go. Doing what the instructions tell me, even though this feels honestly a bit foolish. Yeah, I should have probably chosen a bigger zipper. I actually think that that I'm running a little low on fuel. So, with that being said, what I'm probably gonna do, even though I really wanted to assemble the dress here, I need like an actual meal before I do this. And I don't want to sit here in silence fiddling with a zipper while everyone's just kind of watching. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end stream, but I will post a picture in about, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours to show you how the assembled tunic looks. How about that? Because I need a sandwich. Alright, thank you guys for watching. As usual, my next stream will probably be Friday because I want to finish Rosalina tomorrow. So my next stream will probably be Friday, where I'm finishing up the over tunic. And then maybe on Saturday and Sunday, I'll make the crochet wig, but I might make the crochet wig off camera. But alright, thank you guys for watching. Stay weird, lovelies, and happy eating.